Hey, pal. How you all doing? Continue rise from the ashes. Yes. All right, we're starting from last Monday. All right, next examine. Let's get rid of that. Oh, that keeps popping up. I gotta figure out why that does it. Paint. What is this all in paint doing here? Since the dawn of time. Or since the dawn of time. I fucked it up. True art always been a war against oppression. I'm messing it up. It's not coming out the way I wanted to. True art. I noticed there's a blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the blue badger. Well, you might say this is my studio. Here, in the evidence room. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal, making me out of some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know? You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. If you put these pieces together, it makes a jar. There are two things that bother me. One, why are some of the pieces missing? And two, it doesn't seem to be a little unstable. No wonder it broke. I'll make sure you remember next time I'll make that jar. I already looked at that. Bloodstain. What's this? Blood? It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. It looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright. What if there are other blood stains left in the room? We should use our testing fluid to check it out. There's something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. I guess it might be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe puts this in here. There you go again, pal. Making me out to some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for evidence here. That said, I bet evidence locker was opened recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too. Bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. If you're gonna talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. Oh, looks like a big pile of junk in the corner. Looks like a car door. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy caught was some sort of escape artist, and he got away. Oh, that was Phoenix. Hey, that's one of those human profile range testings. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. Alright. Go back over. Do I present Illuminol? Now, let me show you one thing, speaking as a detective. If I see a piece of evidence I don't know about, I say nothing. That's fine. You bet it's fine, pal. Alright, no, we don't present it, then we go to court record and do it. Ish. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for a murderer to touch the spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant. This might be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What, this? It's called luminol testing fluid. Where do you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief. Where did you get this, Emma? Always by mail order. Well, I better jot this down on the floor plans. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood? Maybe Detective Goodman? It was actually an alien? This proves something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make note of it in the floor plans. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Okay. I knew it. This is someone's right hand print. What? What's the matter, detective? It's mine. Yours? Please. You have to help me. When will they come and take me away? Promise that you'll testify I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do this for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue we're jotting down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys, believe me. You can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. No. Move, move. 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 Well, this place is classy today as it was yesterday. And I'm sure I'll be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth is not here. I'm sure he's off doing some important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll have to come back. He won such a prestigious award. Why would he just leave it on the couch? Yeah, you'd think he would want to show off this thing. More than a giant steel samurai. Then again, Edgeworth has always been like that. Really? Hey, I should write this down. Tell me more what he was like a kid. Back in elementary school, he would win awards for all kinds of things. Speech contests, essays, playing the flute, golf tournaments. This doesn't sound like a typical elementary school stuff. But he always hated receiving awards. He makes some smart remark like, "I know the path I've walked. No one else needs to tell me." That's how he's always been. Kind of get under your skin, doesn't it? Did I miss something? Alright, let's go back to the police. Move. Guard. Move. Evidence. This place is stuffed with stuff with dreams. I'm not sure about the dreams. It won't open. Did you really think it would? Hey pal, our security high tech around here. Sure got everything here. Sometimes it won't let the next thing go if you don't get everything it wanted. Examine wise, I think that's the only thing I didn't do. Which wouldn't make much sense because it wasn't really anything special. Alright, let me present these real quick. Just in case. And I'm gonna say one thing as a detective. I don't know a damn thing about this. Alright, that does nothing for him. You can't open these lockers if your fingerprint doesn't match. If you can't open it, if you can open it, I'll give you 50 cents. Police department lacks the police department lacks faith in lock system. After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker. At the same time, he was found dead over in the prosecutor's office. Is this one? Oh. Alright. Let's see if I did it now. Oh, you. Oh, did I not examine? Who wants me to examine this? The blue badger is still writhing around today. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department's been dancing around like crazy since yesterday. Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help to feel he's doing something naughty. Why? Why would you think that? Still not here, huh? Alright, what did I miss? Well, where should we begin? Well, isn't it obvious? We should begin with that, you know, that thing. The mystery of the victim that I guess. How could one Detective Goodman be killed in two places simultaneously? Oh, well, you see, we should go to the police department. The evidence, what is it? Yeah, we've been there. I'm not being very useful here, am I? No, you're being very helpful. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. With all those rumors. You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. There was that business with him not reading that officer's report. Ah, about the killing at the police department, right? Chief of police was right about that. But I can't help but think someone at the police department doesn't like Edgeworth. Alright, that's done. I am. I don't know. Nice. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. I know. The killer used the cassette tape. What a crafty trick. That gunshot was a fake. This is good. No one will expect a cassette tape in the day of this age. He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel. Alright, why won't Edgeworth pop up? Move. Alright, detention center was nothing. Move. Guard. Move. Evidence room. Hey pal, welcome back. Alright, no talks. What did I not examine? Or actually, what did I not spray? Alright, we got that. Pretty sure I got all these, so I don't know. What did I not do? All check marks. All check marks. Sheriff's back in the Wild West didn't make much faith in evidence. About the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand. This is neither wild nor west here. Aha. But this is two different things entirely. I guess so. Huh? I'm lost. Looks like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. I don't know. Alright. Move. Move. Angel has all four done. And no edge row. Alright, let me examine his stuff. The work desk, quite tidy, as one might expect. What a nice desk. Easy to use, easy on the eyes. It's polished so high, I can see my own reflection. Strange. Why did I just get a picture of Detective Gumshoe? Maybe I'll take the name plaque as a souvenir. That's stealing, Emma. Don't. He'll sue you. Hey, a chessboard. I'm up to my chest, but it looks like blue's in a bit of a tight spot. The red knights have surrounded by the blue pawn. Huh? Those horses are mounted knights. Their swords have really sharp edges. And check out the poor pawn. His head kind of looks spiky. Kind of someone reminds me of you. Mr. Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? Edges surrounding a pawn with spiky hair? Nah, it's nothing. Tea set? Oh, cute. What a pretty tea set. I'll go for more instant tea bags myself. Amazing, the drawer below is filled with packets of tea leaves. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavor. Look at this royal blend. What an exquisitely splendid concoction. There's such a thing as taking a hobby too far. Steel Samurai. My, what an amazing bouquet. That's not Steel Samurai. No kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Back from the dead, Wendy. Wendy? Or if I need that somewhere before. You know who it is. And here beside it, a giant Steel Samurai. Well, I want one. Huh? There's something written on the bottom of his foot. Between a rock and a hard place, Wendy. Wendy, is she Mr. Ezra's fiance? No. No. I don't think so. Right, don't touch that. Wow, this jacket is even lacier than the usual ones. This must be his unlucky trial jacket. Lucky trial jacket? Right. I never seen him wearing it. I think he wore that in one of Mia's trials. I'm sure there's a story behind I'm sure there's a story behind why it's in a frame. Maybe I'll be naughty and take a picture. She's getting way too excited about this. No, Edgeworth, where are you at? Alright. No use for you now. All 4 of yours are done. What did I not do? Alright, we'll do. Look, that patrolman is saluting that other guy. He must be a detective. Answer me, how many fingers do you see? I'm sorry, I don't know. Well, that's 20 for the left, but nowhere near that for the right. Get glasses, officer. That wasn't a salute. That was an eye test? They make a good pair. Miss Wright, do you know why that patrol car is painted black and white? No idea why. Well, I think they're designed after a panda. A panda? No, not that I have any scientific proof. It's just a theory. A game theory. Do you mind me asking how you came up with that theory? It was when I was in school trip. I saw a patrol car and it came for me. We had just been at the zoo, see? What about zebras? Or do they not have those at your zoo? Detectives in there look pretty busy. Just imagine right now, behind those doors, a police drama in action. Somehow I thought it fails to excite me. Alright. Did I not do something here, maybe? You sure have a lot of monitors in here. There are 8 cameras in the evidence room, after all. 1 for each section. Which monitor shows where the crime took place? Why do cattle sit before it rains comes? Not. Wait, why did you switch to her? It's not the man to know. Unless it's the security guard responsible. Well, he was not around, so you know. We have that as much. A leather jacket, leather pants, and a leather... Those aren't pants. Those are chaps. And that's a poncho up there. Aha, a poncho. It sure looks cool, but the name is a little silly. This cactus here is prickly. It must be real. Best keep your distance from Billy there. You're liable to get hurt. Billy? The cactus has a name? Billy, you're wearing your cowboy hat on your hand. Ah, that's a rawhide cowskin 10-gallon hat. I just picked that up, but Billy took a fancy to it. Looks like he got stuck on the spines and he couldn't get it off. Look on the floor, it's a lasso. Looks like it's set up as a trap or something. I just wrote me a steer with... Ow. How? With this here lasso. What? It was a belling moo, pal. Moo. Detective. Detective Gumshoe, I presume. The evidence room is beyond that door. I turned on the card reader. Go have yourself a ball, partners. And I have the ID card. A real ID card. Let's get this investigation started already. So hopefully that was it. And me talking to him for his extra little things. If not, that would suck, because then I'm stuck. Oops, crap. Edra, if you're still not here, damn it. Move. Alright. Must be in the evidence room. I don't know. But I've checked everything, I think. There we go. We'll do the age old. Oh, oops. Did I not present it? Detective, here's my attorney's badge. You show me every time we meet, pal. Real men show their police badge, enough said. I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice. Didn't you just say you had an ID card? Alright, maybe I'll just show them something else in the evidence. ID cards, maybe? Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the police who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Ah, I heard the rumors. So, it was Goodman who, wow. What is it? That second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth. What? That second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. This is probably it. This is probably what I missed. What? Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? Hey, pal, look at the time. Was there something you needed to be going to? It's just Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee. Should be letting out soon. I'm going to give them my report of the day. It might help you to know. Report? You mean a note written on the back of this flyer? Was that always the same thing? Was it always Tres Bien? Because that's in the third game, right? Or is it the second? I forget. The one that says nothing but no problem? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth is talking about. I'm sure he can report like this. I believe in him. No need. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. All right, we did it finally. We finally did it. I should probably see what. Yeah. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say too. There we go. Now let's get to Goofus now. All right, Edgeworth. Yay, we did it. Why are you here? Ah, guess my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Dude, really? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, teacup set in his hand. I'm surprised they didn't put him in the background. Right. He has a hotel bringing tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry. I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening in near here. I think he's trying to console me somehow. The real info's on the other side, actually. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think the whole thing is really taking a toll on him. So how did the inquiry meeting go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications in error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes. Apparently there were some who believed that concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time, again. Again? I heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Which case 2 years ago? Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still proceeding attorney. However, something happened. They gave me control of the investigation over the police department. The police department? Yes, any further investigation for the case will be directed by Chief of Police Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why? I ask you why. Along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still. Wow, I've never seen this out of sorts. Alright, everything's still off the... I'm not gonna read the books. Alright, I better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage? Yeah. ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room on the day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Edgeworth? Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go by the chief of Gant, no less. The chief of police? He wanted evidence for a case wrapped half a year ago. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It wouldn't have to be in the evidence if it was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with our current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make note of it. Stubborn as always, I told him, this has nothing to do with the current case. Alright, is there anything else I need to... Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea? I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth, just told you no, in a very polite manner. Whose side are you on anyways? Maybe if I just show him the best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. Alright, there's no talk. So, what else do I need to give you? That's his general. I don't know what to tell you about this. Maybe the new stuff. Nope. Nope. No. Wow. No again. All right. No. Oh shit, that was one. He was talking about the murder of her father in an elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you just tell me about the truth? I can actually just represent it. Or hold on. Here, we'll do it right. I know you. Probably get a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with the case that you were on, the SL9 incident, and some dark suspicion that you were wrapped up in. You are a man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about it sooner or later. He was talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgar, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. There we go. We did it. We got there. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gann. That wacky old coot was involved in that case 2 years ago too then? He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why the deputy chief of police was under investigation. In truth, I was slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murder. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister, what? If you're still studying forensic science. Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid? Well then, you might have a use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints? It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I have nothing to say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. I'm secretly on your side. Just stop. Take my gift. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving me Detective Gumshoes as well? Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. We'll be back. Unless you have a fourth one, I don't remember. Police. Guard. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here in the blood on the detective's evidence locker. Let's use this as a secret weapon that we just borrowed. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger. Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose a finger that'll be left behind as the clearest print. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Okay, now time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma already know. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkle aluminum powder around. Huh? How do you do that? Phoenix, really? With the X button, see? Aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away its excess. Huh? How do I do that? With the triangle button, silly. Like, come on, figure it out. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing the candles out on a birthday cake, see? Wow, that looks like fun. It makes me somehow getting used to that. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. Just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I better give it a try. There, let's get a good thick coating on there because you gotta really get it on there. Probably didn't go out that far, but just in case. Ah, you did it. You found one. But this one looks like nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does that mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this must have worn gloves. Don't tell me I've been wasting our time. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes. Scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While you're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. It seems there are fingerprints outside of the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if I can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside of the blood? You mean that? Yay, a print so clear it's dazzling. Dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet? This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth and point out the person you think left these prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? I could make a pretty good guess. The handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means the print probably doesn't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprint would most likely find on this evidence locker? Probably Mr. Gumshoe's. Looks like it. Comparing. Match found. Aha. So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this, so what luck? I guess probably because I was thinking, so what? Okay, so he came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly. There was another handprint in this room. Let me check it out. This is where we got the luminol fluid reaction, right? Right, there was a handprint here. Okay, let's just try using this. There goes your eyes sparkling again. Okay, let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up fighting it with using chemical means. Any prints on the area will have to be wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say that the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left with a bloody hand? Alright. That's the pinky. Pinky. Some will probably be here. No. I give it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? It doesn't look like we'll get any clear result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Alright, that was index. Where's thumb at? Thumb would be... One Jake Marshall. Hey, these fingerprints say... Whose are they? Or, no, whose are they? Whose? It's someone I know. It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma. This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The neural reaction. The blood and fingers are this in the same place. Oh. So Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a white blood stain. But why would Officer Marshall? It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you would expect to call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. Yes, let me save and get something to drink real quick. Give me 2 secs. 2 seconds. Okay. There we go. February 24th. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana. Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you in long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how did it go? As Mr. Wright suspects, the police are clueless. I figured out as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth was behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Too much of my regret. As much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Sky. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's a trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, is accused Jake Marshall? We do have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain in both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more is I hear the victim in the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this was a messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder of the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what Mr. Edgeworth heart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? Yes, Phoenix, I guess it is. Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect in the murder that occurred in the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Will the witness please state his name and occupation?
Yes, sir. I'm Officer Mike Meekin, sir. My occupation is, what would be murderer, sir?
So you're telling me you're a professional killer?
Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. So you gotta believe me, sir.
Actually, we would like to...
Sir, would you call the part of the younger generation, sir? A person's actions adults can't possibly comprehend.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir. Officer Meekins.
Yes, sir.
Give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order.
Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I'm a part of the generation that must be told what to do, sir.
You can't fault him for lack of enthusiasm.
Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. It cost my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain your consciousness? Yes, sir. He attacked me, he knocked me upside my head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I need to know more info to work with. Press. Mr. Meekins, you work with the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes. Now that's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinary before. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely piece mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. I was ensured it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around. I relocated the Blue Badger in the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? I spotted a special man on the security screen and rushed into the room. Oh. Okay, so that's the first one. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right around my neck. So then your ID number should be listed here, right? There it is, I found it. This is the right one here. Could you read us the number? Yes, sir. It is 489596. That's my number, sir. I see, huh? But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room, and the second time is when I went after to get him after everything settled down. I see, so it was during that second time then? When? Yes, sir. It was spotted Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man in the security room. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? What happened then? Well, with him charging in on him like that, he looked like surprised his eyes was. You weren't exactly the kind of person that someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe you should have just kept your cool and your hand wouldn't be. When I saw blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. So I grabbed the man by his collar. I fought with life. Then I did it. What exactly do you mean? What exactly do you mean? You say you did it. I know. I don't look like the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for an instant, so I snatched the knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. I see. He must have been desperate. Next thing I knew, I was in his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. And then the next morning I knew. Yes? He punched me right in the face, sir. Oh, crap. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us what exactly happened to you? There's a knife, sir. A knife. Oh wait, we just did this one. I did that one too, right? Alright, let's do it. Alright. But what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but I'm not supposed to know. How am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report, the officer woke up the witness. It was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice, it's nice that you received that, When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can see the rest is easier now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. The only one thing that remains unclear was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Mr. Yes, Officer Meekins. With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me this morning. The chief delivered it?
What is that, a videotape?
Yes, sir. Absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains the footage of the security camera in the evidence room.
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape. And I told there had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at.
Looks like communication in the police department was good as ever. Well, then let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim.
Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me.
A video of a real murder? Just what are we getting ourselves into?
So how come we didn't see him leave?
Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood?
Sir, that was a pride and joy of the criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir.
Why am I not surprised this is going smoothly? Yes, well, anyway, this videotape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room and some sort of... Oh, stop going without me. Your Honor, instead of relying clearly on the complete footage, the witness testimony will suffice. It is alright with you, Officer Meekins?
Yes, sir. As you wish, sir.
His fate can't be clearly seen in the video.
But there's no question that another person was other than Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, I opened the locker, which requires Detective Goodman's finger to do so. The locker open was unquestionably Detective Goodman, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
What about the fingerprint?
Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to.
Intriguing. That would mean the victim of the crime scene would have been Detective Goodman. Very well, the defendant may begin the cross-examination.
I don't know where this cross-examination will lead. But everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start.
Mr. Man. However, the most important detail not shown on this video is the man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you're the one being examined. I don't understand why this man's face is so important in the case, sir. I mean, it was the hand that opened the fingerprint lock. It was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with that. Mr. Wright, can you check the correct court record again? Is there a problem with the security video? Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man had not been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction. Oh, that was good. Interesting, Your Honor. I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I propose we have the defense point us to this alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out? Yes, with using the yes functions. Very well. Accepted. Let's further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us the contradiction you speak of. I have to point out the problem in the video. I have to prove out the problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It is set up so you can fast forward, rewind, and pause the video. Just take a good look to be sure the point is the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not be... And they cut it off on me. I pause it.
Take that!
The one thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint if it's a match. And the light turns on and the lock release.
According to my limited experience, that's why I understand it, sir. So if so, then do so. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Let's rely on order there. I can't believe I skipped it. Here, notice the light. What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Is that a chicken sound? Order, order. What is the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime.
Objection!
But the lockers or locks are controlled by electronic system. When the door is shut, the sensor is triggered. The lockers are automatically locked. Ah, I know. It must have been broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert on this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would have detected the report any malfunction. Oh well, it just goes to show you, novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific, or what do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something jam the sensor, you say? There's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. Come on, really?
Take that!
Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. What's this? Something weight fell out of the locker. But sir, that's my experience. But in my experience, these things fall out of lockers when the door is open. I often fall.
Objection!
You can't be sure that the item wasn't completely in the evidence locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Will you stop cutting him off? But the object would have been extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block the electrical currents. It would have to be an insulator. An insulator? But at the crime scene? There might have just been something that fits the description. They did it again. Or what I'm about to read, it's like, I hate when they are like just cut it off. You don't even get to read it. I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present relevant evidence? What was the insulator that was stuck in the locked door? The only obviously gloved that fellow. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. This video seems to depict the victims opening the locker. But that isn't in the case. The lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could open that locker. It's not so, Officer Meekins. Sir, it would appear so, sir. Order, order, order. So we believe then that the victim, whom this witness is stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman?
Objection!
Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Edgeworth? The defense merely demonstrated that the possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure that you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well, you may begin your testimony. There is one thing that proves that the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When the ID card was used, there is a record of it. At the time of the crime, detective had used his card. An ID card record? I see. I have the ID record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14. This is that of the victim. Just before the crime? Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transfer. Why are there only few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only being used for storing for certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up on transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let's move to the cross-examination. Objection! Wait a moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room of the police department. I mean the other crime scene, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. I don't know if you guys heard that or not. Somebody's house must be on fire. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report? It's only half completed. But it shows Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe that something had to be the ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but it's a high probability. On the day of that crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his ID card. Order, order. So now what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing, but it doesn't require much of thought. The man Officer Meekers encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order, order, order. Does this prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the murder of the crime, the man in the evidence room, Officer Meekins' encounter, was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. And am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What is he going to do? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murderer in the evidence room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder.
That's well, I guess that's right. So something's wrong, Mr. Wright. Only moments ago, you seemed content on pointing out your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. Defense has already done explaining for me. This video is a fake, which means the murder did not take place in the police department at all, or at the time of 5:15 on the day of the crime. So, the real crime would have taken place at one location at the underground parking lot. The prosecutor's office, the murder being Miss Lana Sky, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment of the defendant used in the murder weapon. All right. Oh, I knew that test was too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? Where did this person disappear to? However, the trial's purpose is one to examine only the number of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, we have to do something, or else Lana will be goose cooked. What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Maybe you should object.
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. Now what, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're planning to objecting to what you must have proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into a prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination's proven one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. However, it cannot be said that the unrelated murder in the parking lot. Specifically, the large amounts of blood traces we found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination of into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This court were examined further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the innocence of the police department to be unreleased. We have not prepared any other witness for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean? Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, who might you have in mind?
someone had the reason to believe and knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please, this person would like to have testify. What is his or her name?
Take that!
Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't believe Edgeworth doesn't know. I can't let Edgeworth know everything yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel I should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess. Witness. But the witness is subpoenaed. Is that how it's written? Really? Oh. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. The court is now in recess. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall? It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured out anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't ever recall asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Son Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while on duty. On top of that, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, Detective. You better be, pal. Hey. I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor's guy. That's okay. So you've brought what I've asked? You mean this, right? My apologies, Detective. Due to my recent circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when I was making that request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you bring me the SL9 incident files? I need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright may need them, so I had him brought here. You might do well to read them. I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness? Take it from me. You don't want anything to do with that serial murders. Not numbers. What? I brought you your stuff, and you're just gonna ignore me? Emma. But why? Why is my name in here? My name's in there. I don't know unless... No, it couldn't be Lana. This SL9 is that? That's the classification of the number of police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew about the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark? No, Lana, no. No, Lana. Wait, Emma. She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, Val, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure this one out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I better take a good look. Better take a good look at this file. To be continued. Alright, let me take a slight little break. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. So please get some popcorn or whatever you need to do. Enjoy the show. I'll be right back. Pee break time. Here be.
Alrighty, we're back. Be sure to take a nice stretch. I did. Oh, it was nice. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Alana Scott. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, just starring. I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trials of civilization. Or trails. Occasionally helping the elderly across intersections. We need this. We need... Hold on. Let's start over. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling in the wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind. I've never heard it described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the heart stands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share us with your testimony on the day of the crime. In plain old English. My job is to keep a weary eye on the bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make the rounds 3 times a day. But that ain't my style. Besides, that room's protected by 2 security cameras anyway. If I remember right, it was a street side saloon on the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man. So if you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trail. I can't say I'm particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I particularly care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of new fangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not good with machines or following orders. Everyone's got their weakness. Now, don't they, prosecutor?
This seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright. He's all yours. How about we, Objection, you. Officer Marshall, does it strike you as odd that you being called in to testify like this? After all, weren't you in the security room at the time of the crime? And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm a caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish that were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingers were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away, however. Luminol tests clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on their shoulders. I'll take it you have an explanation then, Miss Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Or else I drew. Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. One of them just happened to be in the same place as a bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. The witness explanation appears valid. Although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. That's because you, how did you put it, pay respects once a month? Yep, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker has to be mine. What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. Locker I still use. All that was in there, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It would be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently this fingerprint data was never removed from the locker program. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Yeah, I thought. Oh yeah, I think that was weird too. So would that mean the murderer was wearing gloves? Happened to be in the place their hand on top of Marshall's fingerprint? That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? The seal of blood. In the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that is this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully when going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. What do you mean by that? You want to tie this to me? You want to tie me to this crime? Isn't that right, partner? If so, that video only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera is panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, can you show us evidence that this video indicates? Officer Marshall was present. Please do so now. Very well. Allow me to point out the mistake of Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might end up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us incriminating evidence of the witness.
Oops. I meant to fast forward. Shit. All right, let's try this again. I want to fast forward. Thank you. Take that. Bring your attention back to the security camera. This is to make, I'm afraid, you soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas. So are the tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in this video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let us rewind the video a bit. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What is the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. That's the only explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened the locker when the camera was turned away. Order, order, order. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner. But you got the wrong man. So, if my locker was open, that doesn't mean I'm the one who done it. But it is. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault to have to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker? Now prove it. Take that. A fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they are belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this.
In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There's even some people on the force that didn't know about the fingerprint locks. What do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got one word for you, partner. No! Order, order, order. Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it is the worst one I ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us, what were you doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime? Ole, please answer the question.
Now he's a bullfighter?
That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe you can figure out the rest of it from here.
We can.
Have a look at these 4 pans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see the other Officer Marshall.
If that's so, where was the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright has an answer.
That's the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime?
Officer Marshall was standing right here.
There, but
that's where the victim and Detective Goodman was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in this video was Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But our preposterous Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman? He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the office room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes. And did Detective Goodman respond? He said he pulled a knife out on me. Something about Officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. Well, it's not as simple as that, but you know. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on the ID card.
Oh, I get it.
If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized that man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say about this, Officer Marshall? You got quite a bit of imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that. Took a break, Detective. Unless you have heard evidence proving I dressed it up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but I don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any experience, any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as a victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I see fear in your eyes, partner. It seems like you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Clack! This can't be happening. So obvious, he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on what someone told to me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall, there's no place to go. Return to basics. The basics? For me, that would have been Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. You should look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But I'd rather look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. And yet, despite the chance he might have discovered later, it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open the locker. According to the defense argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as a Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. In fact, the white cloth sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, what was exactly in this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video to the key of all the unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well, let's take another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us what... Oh. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I didn't know what yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. And when you asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat? You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Did I guess it right? Now then, Officer Marshall. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I'm underestimated you all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have been here now. Now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. All right. It seems the time has come. Another testimony. How do you guys get like 80 testimonies? I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand around and let it just die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. Wasn't expecting Officer Meekins, so I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which area couldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you? But there's one thing still I don't understand. Traces of large quantity of blood were found in the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could it be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. I guess he's the donor? It was way too much blood for such a small donation. I do that. This precious statement. When you say it, you mean, do you have to even ask pardon? The SL9 incident? 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It's going to completely end with transferal, isn't it? No, I haven't had anything to do with it. That incident is not over. What you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only the case lead's detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself once more, no matter the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why did he care so much about it? That day was my last chance, and that's when Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If it didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So did you fool the security camera and detective's ID card? I saw that in the morning of the incident. So is that really Goodman starting to fill out a false item report? I don't know his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card was found left at the by officer for a marshal. So easy. You managed to succeed, despite the lack of your foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint activated locks, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open the locker yourself. But you could have used a rubber glove to have it stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. You mean you pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for more than 5 minutes. But I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins is certainly one of a million type of person. Making a detective for an intruder and demanding to show us ID. I'll have to think a little more about this. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Ezra get so much influence? Anyway, he knew 3 minutes by himself. Anyway, he threw himself at me, and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry I had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? Right in my hand? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and... So you did your research beforehand? Those who go in the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think I would make a difference though. The security tape erased it every day or every 6 hours. If I had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat with your struggle with Officer Meekins. Someone in the security room, so when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What Officer Meekins is doing there during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So we were saying on that day, But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates the crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me. And I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where's that evidence? Still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker is already empty. Someone else stole the evidence? Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why would you do this? Stealing a detective's ID card, injuring a police officer? This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This has serious consequences. You can't just forgive a simple cut, or you can't just be forgiven for a simple cut in salary. No, salary cuts are a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This is mine. I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. Objection! Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been slipping too much of that cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident files here. The name Marshall is mentioned here. The list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard of that name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King's Prosecutor Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what was his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant and the deputy chief of police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were so desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought against Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dart. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? The reason is because your brother was... Or that's the reason for your insane actions? There's no more than my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now, what happened at the police department on that day of the crime? That was the last day of the SL9 case. Could be reopened. Not satisfied with the revolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department on that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. By exactly the same time the murder at the prosecution's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? Chance? It's all I got to be more than that. So no one was murdered at the police department on that day of the crime? That means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was a real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Scott. Objection! But wait, a verdict hasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Objection! Which is meanwhile the explanation of the incident in the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. Yet there yet remained a mystery of the simultaneous murder in the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All the mysteries at the police department have been resolved. No doubt about it. Our sole murderer took place at the prosecution office. The only suspect is Lionel Scott. And there are testimonies in the and the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely contestable. You have a response. Make a single word or less. Oh. I rest my case. It seems the trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder of the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder of the security camera tape was really a fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now Now then, at the time the verdict has arrived, this court finds the defendant. Your Honor, wait. Emma? The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right. What do you mean, Wright? Mr. Wright? Are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor, in that sense, please, Your Honor, I'm all asking about the minute of your time. Please. Mr. Erdruff, please. Please, Edgeworth. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dart killings. And now that she mentions it, names both Sky Sisters are in that file. That's when I figured it out. I mean, Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew the fingerprints had nothing to do with the crime. The only thing that was the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on the detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured I'd examine it scientifically to be sure. Fine. But I figured that. No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. I don't know if I read that right or not. Right over there and looked again. So did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry. I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just a chase attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're the professional. If you can only save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other's blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, the handprint was discovered around here. There's a problem with this. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry. I can't be more info use. But still. If you can find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be. Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever needed concrete, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on the detective Marcus? Could be something I'm missing. Objection! This handprint was left at the crime scene. Clearly, it shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems to be clear is you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intensely at the floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Yes, let us pray the defense is simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something's missing from the floor plans?
Take that!
What about that police supply of wood? The Blue Badger, the mascot of the police force, the defendant of truth, guardian of the proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please take a look at these floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch happens when you put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? Gah! That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing there, it would have been possible to place a handprint like this on a spot blocker. What? So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me. Oh. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma. On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? He put it down so it would be impossible to leave the handprint on the locker. So that must mean blood is a mark. It was left there before the Blue Badger was put in. Just a moment. Just a moment. I would not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One more time, captured with this tape, taken by the security cameras. Officer Meekin cuts his hand from which trial amount of blood fell. Problem is, the other time. Someone bled prior to struggling shown on this tape. It had to have been done. It had to have been Detective Goodman that was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming the murderer you proposed really what happened? When did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves it when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? You summarize the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut out by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, Another incident took place in the evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Idrift said, proof must be presented. Proof of the murder took place. Where's the new piece of evidence that can show that? Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? Did I miss it? If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have entered it. In order to do so, an ID card would have been required. Required an ID card? Oh, the ID card reader. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see, 450. The crime took place before that time, and then it would be 440. Miles Edgeworth. Just what have you done? I never would have figured out you'd had a nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out that it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It is clear from the luminol test that the blood was there. However, the second crime took place. Both Officer Meekins and the officer failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder victim, carry the blood away. Clean up the blood, unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have been taking place before Mr. Edgeworth. The crime scene must have taken its place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's take a look at that chart again. Is there only one other card number remaining? 7777777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 77777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out what ID card at 777. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm able to look up that owner of that ID card, at least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. So this so-called executive officer, we don't have the authority to acquire such person's identity.
Objection!
But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted, an official charge, you're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how a prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's being charged with murder. Of course, we looked her up. Her ID number, and it's not 777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I wanted to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do we need the witness to repeat the question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. And at the time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Lana? Become a prosecutor in order to suppress the crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's what the way is. It is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it was involved forging evidence. No, you don't do that. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order, order, order! Secret looking at the crowd. Commission of the trial. Will have been wait until the following day. To be continued. All right, day 3, and I will be right back. BRB, get something.
Let's get this trial done. Or it's third day done. That way we can do the next game tomorrow or Monday. Yeah. I don't know if I saved already. Did I? All right. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. What we did, we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard of these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. Oh, Zema. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. You mean what happened to you? It's all there in this file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He murdered an officer, Marshall's brother. He left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. What did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, so Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? Tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you. Yes. I was witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. SL9 incident. Happened 2 years ago. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm on that day, unusual for this season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly a terrifying man came bursting through into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, the prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother?
Joe Dark tried to take me as hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out suddenly. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw went a permanent picture in my mind. I could still see it now. A permanent picture? I don't remember the moment when when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must have been why she made up the crime. Made up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known. He was given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth was really involved in falsifying evidence. I don't think he actually falsified any evidence. I think he was given falsified evidence. If that makes sense. Like Gant gave him the fake evidence. I don't know if they ever go into that, but they kind of, like, I think, kind of tell you that, but not directly. Like, Edgeworth is still actually a actual good prosecutor, but he's got all these rumors against him because, oh, you used fake evidence and blah 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 blah. He's not actually really doing that. Just like in another game, Phoenix gets accused of the same dealio, which happens to him. He's given false evidence, and then they think he forged it. But we'll find that out later. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. You must have not been able to face up. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. Permanent picture. What did you see in that instant the crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. You know, Marshall was stabbed right in front of the poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. Lana looks like she does in Apollo right now. I don't know. This picture, she looks older than she does out. I don't know. Could be wrong, but. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. Oh boy, that was a sneeze. I drew a picture of it, but I wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That was understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I wanted to be able to fight crimes with my testimonies, to find out evidence to make it airtight case. That way, Lana would never have forged any. I see. I think I'm finally to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about the crime. Something puzzling. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What's that? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. Why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After Joe Dark's case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? I better have another talk with her. That would make more sense because if she was a detective and Mia was a defense attorney, then who was her prosecutor? Probably Neil, maybe. Probably Neil or maybe Edgeworth. Because I'm guessing Mia would have been the defense attorney for this case. Unless they have another defense attorney around at this time. Unsure about that. They don't tell you. Alright. You have 4. Alright. Move. Detention. Lana. What, Emma? Mr. Wright. It seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind paying foul. Why should we? But Lana, you're wrong. An innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago? And now the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office? That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change in jobs? I suppose you have the right to know, Mr. Wright. Today's trial. A lot of evidence were uncovered at the trial today, not at least of which was, in fact, in the case is largely connected to another 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I suspected as much. I know how to observe an officer marshal can be. That trial, it wasn't fair, was it? I believe in you, Lana. I believe that no matter what happened, you always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At the trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all the drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me that's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this is a time when you use the magnetama on me. Mechanic in the next games. This doesn't involve you, just me. I don't think I'd ever seen Lana look so phased before. You know what's different about Lana that they've never used really for any other character? Moving around like in these things. Like she'll like turn around, turn to the side and stuff like that. That's like really cool. They never did that ever again. I wonder why. Maybe it was just too much making the model. Maybe too many different sprites. Probably took way more development time, most likely, but I'm guessing now they could just use 3D models, so that then that wouldn't matter. I wonder what they would do if they made a new game in the RE engine. Interesting, maybe a thought that would they do a 2D slash or like 2.5? Would they just go 3D, go more realistic like Street Fighter slash Devil May Cry 5, or what? Interesting thought that maybe one day they'll explore. Maybe they're not doing anymore. I don't know. I just hope the series doesn't go cold and we never have anything ever again. That would suck. Detective Lana Skye. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases that she and Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was deputy chief of the police back then. But still, he worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant was everything I aspired to be. So wait, was he that did that? No, what? That'd be weird.
They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now, you're a chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor for the reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so that you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of the police, and I arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. I wonder if she got punished to the prosecutor. I could be completely wrong. But I guess if it comes up, we'll see. Dark's investigation. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. I also don't remember the cases 100%. Because if you're watching this now and you've played the games, I've played them when they originally came out. Long time ago. So my memory of the cases aren't 100%. So there's that. So playing through this again, it's kind of like, I get a little refresher. And hopefully when Miles comes out, get a refresher on the first one, and then we'll finally get to experience the second game. Thankfully. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation leads was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. Actually, in this picture, Lana looks too cool for school, I gotta say. And even had the same office. We led the team of the best detectives of the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. Oh, you know what? Goodman was probably the gumshoe of the cases. Most likely. Okay. It was time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was a serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when the final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us? Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. Investigations were in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall led their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the offices shared by Deputy Chief and Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filling some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dart. When I returned, my office saw 3 bodies. When I returned, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. I'll say 2. She's saying 3. I'll say 2. I'm guessing they're saying Emma's on the floor somewhere, but I see 2. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, and Emma, who passed out. Where is Emma at, though? And the suspect, Joe Dart. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall was struck the final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and laid unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma and carried her out of the room and just held her. Can't blame her after all. Her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate rest. Let me get this straight. You were involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced that the ruling against Joe Dart. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. In that case, it just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes. In the office of Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Damon Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office. Maybe we should have a chief. That's not a lot. Maybe we should have a look at chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Alright, Lana, we'll be back. Maybe, I don't know. No one's here today. Not even Miss Star. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. Maybe where the detectives are. But we proved today, on that day of the crime, no one was murdered at the evidence room 515. Yeah. I thought we were finally making some headway in our case, but instead it looks like we are just ended up making Lana look more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find out all the answers by tomorrow. Wait, so weird. I guess it's still day 2. Let's go to Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Ah, poo. Maybe he'll be questioned by the inquiry committee. Oh, was not Emma.
He looks real meaning in the court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to her falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. Alright, Edgeworth. We'll just leave you alone for a minute. Okay, police department. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Now, I think I remember this, but is it K Sarah Sarah? Maybe, I'm not sure. Stuff you don't see written out and you're like, is that it? You never know where life would lead you, huh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Yeah, we've already went over this. It is his cactus. Say, where are you headed? Must be over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know it wouldn't be coming back. Sorry, but you just can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there were a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting any steak lunch today. Dark trial. Something fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's. All right. But the initial autopsy report question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match for the wound and the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that the knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that the possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed to forge evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars of the SL9 incident left behind? I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made a detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors. I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close to his brother. The day of the SL9 incident took place? That was the same day as... That's right. It was the same day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning by the nightfall. There was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I've tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. I don't remember why they murdered Goodman, though. Like, why was he... What was... Like, yeah, why would he need to be murdered? Interesting. It's like... Scars. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We already knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? They did something to him, too. The commissioners would get suspicious. If they did something to him, too, it could, okay. So it seems like they didn't do anything knowingly. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Mambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force haven't heard of that duo. In that case, was the biggest set in both their careers. After that case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yes. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for the to happen. She never seemed to be the same since she left. Everyone knew her, said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said the same like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret? Is it all started about 2 years ago? Yeah, he probably sent her ass over to prosecutors so they wouldn't seem too suspicious. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used the falsified evidence to get the guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. See? He's not. And that someone was Damon Gant. Yeah, so yeah, we already pretty much figured this out by just using our brains. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator? Or that's him. When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Yeah, he doesn't come back, actually. I don't think. The only one that comes back in this case, I believe, is just Emma.
which is kind of sad that they didn't use anybody else or have anyone come back. Pop, 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 pop. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must be what everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, you're looking for the others. They're all in the conference room. Oh, thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do. About Mr. Edgeworth. Not to mention our statement to the media. And tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos on the Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word you usually use for those. Sir, we would like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take it to the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't public police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets this unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Just gonna do it anyway. We should do it anyway. February 24th, Police Department Chief's Office. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in the kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. Though I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. I could never remember where C was. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant? He put the paper he was reading in his desk. So, Righto, you have been swimming lately. Did she really go up and play a piano while he's just sitting there like, do 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 do? Like, no, I haven't been that kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full with Miss Marshall's misconduct. Or Mr. Marshall's misconduct. I don't know why I said Miss. I guess I must say like Lana. And then mixing the two. And Lana's proactive statement. Provocative statement? Oh. You mean about the forged evidence? 2 years ago has passed since that incident. My, how the time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? Oh, that was Gant. I'm messing that up. I'm sorry, guys. That picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. Can't seem to put my finger on it though. I can. Teen Brand's picture is added to the record. Why did you take the picture right next to the statue?
Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh? But this office? It's a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case long since has been over. There's no need to investigate anymore. All the same, we would like to still have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry on and get out. I have a meeting to attend to. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over yet. Or it seems this case isn't over yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied a request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside Chief's office. Do I just go back in? Yep. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe. Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the blue. Say, either you haven't seen Mr. Edgeworth. Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between the two of us in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Why? He's not the one that did it. Yikes. He did not falsify the evidence. They falsified it for him. He's innocent. Edgeworth's crisis. By the way, would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, we've been asked a lot of rumors around here about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent and prosecutor keep him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this, are there really that many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth is not only has that, but he's young, and there's no better recipe for making enemies. Hey, Dick. Keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with the enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. After all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth is just my crack. SL9 incident. Actually, I took a look at those files earlier while a coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned about Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind were his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. When he left incriminating evidence and all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think he had something to do with the murder weapon? Oh, I forget. Look, it's written down somewhere here, okay? His power of recollection never fails with the rest. Maybe you should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Dark's crimes. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him a serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. Someone with his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. The kid walked by. Stop going without me. The jogger upon the scene was killed. Finally turned himself in. It seems pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. So I guess guys, pause it on the YouTube video to read what that was, because I didn't even get to see it at all. It went that quick. There wasn't a single shred of evidence, so he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of this questioning, he fled and murdered the final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It was a good thing that the witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. The murder weapon will jog his memory. So we'll just do, I guess, this one. About this. Hey, is that? It has a tag attached to it, labeled SL9 incident on it. I believe this is broken. This would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since the case was closed, that knife's been locked away in the locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from that locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember that incriminating piece of evidence was when you showed that knife to me. It all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store that he bought. Yeah. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using the murder weapon on anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway. I guess where broken off the tip was found.
That's what he did on him. Did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Well, there you have it, in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, could you ask the Chief Gant? This is a money joke. No, it's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office. Ah, I hit the button. That was my fault that time. It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The Chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around, if that's okay. Well, any detective ID card could unlock the door. What, really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with a breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't even plan on getting fired because of you. How about this? ID card. It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe, is there any chance of getting into that office? Oops. I wonder if there's something that we could show him that would make him change his mind. Is there anything we could show him that would change his mind? Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. Keep that in mind. Sheesh. Okay, it was not that. Would it be this? That's the ID record, isn't it? Yes, there's only one number left to investigate at 420. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence along with the room with someone else. Someone with an executive number? 777777777? That's 17 too many, Detective. An executive officer. An executive officer. I just might have a hunch. What else can I show you? Oh, lost item report, huh? Very impressive, Detective. You know what it was right off the bat. Well, I'm a master of misplacement, you know. Master? That has such a cool ring to it. The way I see it, the things are meant to be lost and then meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here. Wow, a higher power? Maybe I shouldn't let him hold evidence. Okay,
What else would you... let me try this. I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. I think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal. You're working into the case for Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, it's a pretty big deal. While we're going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose. But Lana was pretty clear in that her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. Alright, that's not one. Not one. Not one. Found this in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed me with Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive the chief prosecutor's guy to do such a thing? Wait, I mean, sure, of course, she was... Someone else really did it. Someone must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. Alright. Stroller, calm down. Alright, I guess I don't have what it takes to move him. So we'll go to here. 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 Oh. Oops. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. Look, he's writing something. What are you doing here? He was sure to close that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? You have to live it in the past 2 years without rumors flying around. What, another allergen? Let's say allergen. That's not what it is. What, another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what did you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. I want to examine your crumpled note. I wonder what he's writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth's sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what that girl's crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? A letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Man. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean I'm tired, right? I need to go to bed. I'm sleepy. Do you know what that means? I'm eepy. Eepy. I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, None of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. No one else could forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, you please have to do something. This is a letter of resignation. I wonder what I can use it for. Or this this letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. All right, talk to me, mister. There's no excuses for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to. And nothing I can do to erase that fact, but it wasn't your fault. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. And if that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error and my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact that remains that no matter what the excuse is I might have, Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep it. Even Edgeworth can't keep his kind of emotion bottled up. Tomorrow's trial. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. And to be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out of the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's why my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? This list of evidence. It seems too short. More lists. Run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may have not been a part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing I had on my mind at the time. Say, we saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seems strange about it. The day of the crime. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I've had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning and then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold that, didn't he? Yes. It was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the office, prosecuting office. That's the story we heard yesterday.
So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Kent's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this picture was taken, he received the King and Prosecutor's trophy. Speaking of that, something bothers me. Yes? The trophy that Marshall's holding is a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. I remember what? That was the official prosecutor's trophy looked until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written in with two characters. The first means halberd and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it though, for Emma's sake? Which means he probably doesn't know. Very well. Long ago in a kingdom of Chu, there was arms merchant. One day he presented the king with two items. The first was a halberd he claimed that could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed that would trust any weapon. Wait a minute. He claims... Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. The chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if the result's something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I've learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief. Go ahead. 2 years ago, we had a halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Kent? Chief Kent? Alright. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter-pound roast of beef? Miss Starr. I guess she's out for lunches. Or I guess she's out of lunches. Certainly you're a curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. What? What are you talking about? Still, I've never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. everyone in the trial involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the incident from the case was. Due for transferal, this can't be attributed as a mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife? No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. The roast beef is meant to be savored when eating. Miss Lana Star's hatred to Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That name I'll soon not forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think he was ever more alive than ever. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Ew. Poor old Jake Marshall. Though must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. And he became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all more desperate. Her? Lana Sky. My sister? She's the best of the best. Were put on the SL9 case. Of course, they were led by a legendary duo, Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason why I was able to keep up with our investigation. That's why we're so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with forging the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were being kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most of us were without even much of an explanation. Lana Sky was transferred to prosecuting office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She's being used? Yeah, I kind of figured that she got sent there without really wanting to do it. She wanted to be a prosecutor, but she was forced to do it, I guess. Be better. Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Grant led the investigation. Lana, second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism, in particular, was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean all shit forged, probably. Oh yes, there was rumors about him even back then. No one dared to confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. I hated everything crooked. She hated anything crooked. And always watched out for her other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall, when Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. As if it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever had recovered from his shock. And that's what makes all of them. That's what makes it all more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Being used. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, to think Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must be some reason for her to change. At last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chief than I've been. Okay, who do we go to next? I guess it would be here. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files.
brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency in my answers to still no. I'm not letting you get to cheese off this period. It'd be my neck on the line. That's the last office crime scene in SL9, isn't it? I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do about the detective to change his mind. I think I do, but I don't know. Alright, let's present this. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? It can't be. I can't believe he pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we just betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I made up my mind. But here you go. Take my ID card. We can't do that if someone finds out. They wouldn't let you off the hook until with another lost item report. Look at me. I'm no secret. I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. All right, detective. Thank you. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Beep. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoes are gone. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. God. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, at least, what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID card crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. Yeah, what? I hardly ever get a chance to come up in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on. Let us see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. Alrighty. The chief's office. That desk on the other side of the room. Was it your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Malana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preventing the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it here. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to be always alert. He told us himself, our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So, ever since Lana left, no one's ever touched his desk. No one except Chief Gant and cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't be any possible remaining clues. I don't know, we'll find out. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's the only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think, nah, you wouldn't be, no. There's no way, never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on, not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone like tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be suspected, do you? What? He's right, Miss Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant, so it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, we were here earlier. Oh, it's you. It's you two. Chief Gant. He put a paper in his reading list. He put a paper he was reading beside the desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look, that case name. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what's doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what. No, about the evidence list. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists are twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Wow, look at the size of the chief's desk. We found this inside the drawer. List of evidence from the SL9 incident. Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list. What would List be doing here? We better look at more of the list. This is a real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons. Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. The first pipe organ, now this armor. Do you think many taxpayer dollars
would have gone into this room? What do you mean? We're paying for this. That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have to say anything. You don't have any taxes to pay. Sheesh. Be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. No clues here. There's a safe, isn't it? Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in a panel to open it. A 7-digit number? You think I just might know what it is? Input number. Do you know what number it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Chief Gant's number? Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was it, pal? 77777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777. The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered that room that day? You mean 777777777777777? That ID number? I think you're 1 7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing, that Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Yes, I would like to look inside. And is there any money in there? How much do you have to have stashed anyway? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. There's something else in here too. What's this? Looks like a piece of cloth, leather cloth. This hamper, is it? Hey, I saw that someone wearing a shirt like this one. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that all is in safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of evidence with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, unless you can prove that they have something to do with it. Case. I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, my neck is on the line here. Great. Now we have to prove the relevancy of these items. How are these 2 items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's gotta be something we could show the detective. Well, we're not gonna show him just yet. The chief's organ is sure sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing from the criminal affairs department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor, an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls him into his office, and it makes him listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's besides the point. Look at that giant window. It makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making a detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long he doesn't go crashing through that window. And then gets fired. Don't say that. These shelves were mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, this is where Lana and I went to the theme park. Oh, well. This was Lana's desk. I'm sure it was tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone still keeps cleaning it. Did Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in the memory of their partnership. That's where the stuff Lev Legends is made of. Does he keep the memory of her in her memory of the crime? This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and killed Emma, and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his reward trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture there. Then went along to the Chief's Gant question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? Alright, let's present stuff to him. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? Oh, I remember you three putting this back together at the... Back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One in the SL9 shards had... that's right. One of the shards had the SL9 incident sticker on it. This doesn't ring any bells? You know, a fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yes, that one. One was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Symbol for it. Let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove that Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes.
There it is. Fits like a charm. That of course means Chief can't willingly and knowingly hit a piece of this jar in the safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. Hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece of evidence just attached. It's different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would a chief can't hide this in a safe? Did I get the other one? I don't have the rubber. If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information. So why do you have to get it out of your system now? You understand, don't you? Don't be so negative, detective. All we want to do is share information, though. Oh, who am I fooling? I can never had anything useful to share to begin with. Ah, got to stay positive. Okay, that wasn't anything that he would... Alright, is there a talk? No. So that's what Chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, we first came in here? Yeah, it looks like the right side of the form has been torn off. So Mr. Edgeworks really was only half of the whole thing? Something else is bugging me. More about than that. Take a look at the back of the form, pal. The back? I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. That's it. Did you find something? I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving around like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. Did I do it? No. What else do I gotta present to you? Detective Gumshoe, I would like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So, you want to take some fingerprints? Ah, great idea, Detective. All right, go to town. Sheesh. Hey, what are you doing? Are you sticking out a hand like that? Go ahead. Take my fingerprints. Not your fingerprints. We want to take... Huh? Come on. Isn't it time for jokes? We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe.
Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it. Right. Sheesh. Where's your sense of humor? Alright, let's check these fingerprints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. I give it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good matching the fingerprints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Let's see if we should try a different finger then. No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match. Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems that the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a good match. Oh. That's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey you, over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. I'll just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we'll be able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you old coat? You in the coat? Oh. Eek! Chief Ken! We didn't even think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As if I were walking to my meeting, I happened to look out the window and saw a stray dog run right into the pole. Then I thought, as a certain detective, you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, and you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID card on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir. Now get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too then. And wait. You, the one without the... You, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you are free to go. Mr. Wright. Look, pal. I've told you once, and I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, and didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but I know it'd be like this. I would have never said it. Now you've seen the evidence Chief Gantz was hiding in his office. I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it this entire time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I've heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she's busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in the court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you told me over the past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think you finally figured it out. I know who it is you're lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed, this is a term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Keeping quiet. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. And that's when it hit me. You're not unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of that certain individual. What an intriguing notion. Certainly individual, you say. You think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think you're afraid of, more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask this person is speaking of? I'm supposedly frightened of? What's this person's name? Damon Gant.
Take that!
Well, Miss Sky. Mr. Wright, you're addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? Damon Gant. We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before the board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party that could have possibly tampered with the evidence was Me. I had access because I was the second in command of the investigation. Yes, but you had one other, Damon Gann. If you intend to accuse the chief, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gann falsified evidence in that case. You want the proof of the chief's wrongdoing? Here it is. That evidence proves someone's doing something wrong at all, right? But it's not the chief. Who would it be? Why, you, of course. Me. Yes, you seriously believe that you're saying, don't you? No, that's scary. You have seen the markings of a criminal on you. What all your fallacious accusations? Care to spend tonight in the cell next to mine? If you ask me, you're a scary one. Alright, I picked the wrong piece.
Take that!
I just found this in a safe in the prosecutor's office. This piece of jar and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They are pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing the evidence was none other than the Chief Gann himself. Now tell me, why are you taking the blame for him? Touche, Mr. Wright. As if you surmise, I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty of murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman? Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, more accurate than that, then cooperate. Orders. Now that I can tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. You need to dispose of the Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find inside the trunk of Miles Edger's car. Just as I suspected, despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk lock was broken, and I discovered that the murder weapon, while expecting the body, the murder weapon, you mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, the knife was, this knife was stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident, serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though it was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on my right hand. Yes, it seems like I got a little blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then she saw me as I punched a knife in.
Miss Star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't even want to be opened again. My intent was preventing that by the whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in Joe Dark's case. If word got out, it would have... If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped up the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and asked her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma was so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, if I had a bad feeling about the one of them that day. A bad feeling? Truth is, after I received the orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to the patrol man, Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incidents had been murdered. I wanted the fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust, or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman. Or he disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. Okay. Getting the whole picture here? I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and as an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further. In court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. You gotta get to the bottom of everything. My nose itches so bad. I don't know what reading makes my nose itch so bad. I don't know. Detective Goodman's a real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago? To be continued. Yes. February. This is defendant lobby, right? Or this is defendant lobby, right? There's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth.
Knowing you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777777777 ID and card number is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding the ID record. If that number doesn't belong to who you suspect, then no doubt who remains. After all, he hasn't been charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call the ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you had to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana is hiding something, and the only way you'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid today. The last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. And it depends on you. If she's found guilty, you will lose only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gann has on her, it's now. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gann? Morning, folks. How everyone's doing. Hey, Udgy. Been back to the pool yet? No, it's been drowning enough. No, I've been drowning as enough of work as it is. Blah, blah, blah. Right words, but wrong order. No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's good. No one, I don't think, can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana is to say the defendant has asked me if she can speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard her, that she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd like to make one simple request, and not be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I would like to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all the charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana!
Objection!
You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I am no longer requiring your services. But Lana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to enter. The prosecution may lack the direct evidence against me, but that has sufficiently proven its case through its testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant clearly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an entire unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. In the event if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise, this can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edred, the prosecution has not yet proven the defense guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer a naive boy. You have me beat. With this sudden confession from the defendant, this is obviously to me kind of a deal struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal. Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to charge its first witness. Oh, to whom? The first witness of the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. The request of the court hear her testimony. Mr. Erdrif, I'm exercising my right to suffer reputation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of the truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. Okay, it's with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You live to regret this, mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edrif has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you've encountered a serial killer, Joe Dark, of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about all that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember, this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. This is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago. Really? All that relevant? Yes, most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave me fast. Now, please testify about what happened 2 years ago. The trip yesterday has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. 2 years ago. I was waiting with my sister in the office that day. I came running in, and he took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he's got no evidence.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. 2 years ago.
Hold it!
What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Doc's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. I almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of the Prosecutor Award. The young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume there would be why the first run. I assume that he would be why he was the first to run after dark.
When dark grabbed me, I thought I was good as dead.
And that's when the prosecutor marshal came running in.
I don't clearly remember what happened then, but can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped in the dark, and then the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about time of the year. There was a terrible storm going on, and the lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out?
Wait a minute.
If the pitch was dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right. But just then, a lightning flashed outside again. The sudden flash was an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, the Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with the Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture. Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
This picture is true. I believe it was very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given out 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind address the statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I want to do everything I could. Yes, I want to do everything I could help the investigation. I could still see it now, whenever I was close in my eyes. That's strange. I took over that case after Prosecutor Marshall died.
Yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This picture Emma drew. That reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all of her heart into a drawing of that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that the prosecutor for that case, that I wasn't handed such a picture. Well, that may be, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident? Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it... Ah! What is this? Yes, Yes, what is that? Hey, that's the picture I drew. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only prosecution in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It appeared, Mr. Edgeworth, this evidence list that you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists, they fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence list in the case reached you. What? What? But Miss Guy, why didn't you just draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. Are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If this evidence list was torn in half, there might be more than one drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There's indeed something drawn on the back of my list. Why, that thing. That thing. That thing dancing in the evidence room. Clear an act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about the picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir. Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma?
She seems to be thinking about something she was looking at in the picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. The picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Come to think of it, the lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. It clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder the prosecutor, Mr. Neal. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Emma's picture. I hate to be a bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew, it contains a blatant contradiction. Well, but I still remember it, just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you just simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife in the man's holding. If you look closely, you can see the knife tip is broken. Even if I don't have a look closely, I can see that, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip was found broken in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved that Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where do you, pray tell, could possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim was stabbed with a single stab wound in the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not be broken. Ah! What is the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. I'm sorry, but that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it were broken beforehand, it could possibly wind up there. That's right. But the tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. Only possible explanation is the witness' memory is mistaken. That's what I asked so many times, if she was sure she remembered correctly. Because you were annoyed at the one time. But sure, she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain the inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There's another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that the broken knife tip might have been a piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah!
Order, order, order. Are you saying the investigation was really corrupted?
Your Honor, please follow me once again over the events that took place on the day of the murder. The police department and prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Martian questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During the questioning of Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased him after he was killed by Joe Dark. It was my belief that somewhere in the story there's a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must be another broken knife. What are the chances of 2 broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's? Could it have been that one? There is another one. If this witness is adamant about her accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one other way.
Take that!
The answer lies in the past. 2 years ago, in the past. Right there inside this picture. This picture of the award ceremony. This is the picture of the award ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor's marshal's holding? That's a broken knife. As earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was likelihood from this award. Order, order, order. Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As an reward, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon that had a dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, why not, Miss Edgeworth? Because the King of Prosecutors' knife was... Because if it were the King of Prosecutors' award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer of the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, the man raising the knife would be Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness. Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This is his picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list was torn in half at the time I drew this picture. At the time, I was trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Guy? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger. This should be interesting. When I saw the man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife, but just then another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room. I'm sure it was his shadow. This is most certainly unusual. Try impossible. The chief of directives haven't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now guard. Stop, please. Don't pursue any further. Lana. What is the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But I can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We have already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally going to get to the core of this matter. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see the face with the winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That might well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What is it Emma saw? Lightning flashed. Who is this blue badger really? I think I just might know. The blue badger hasn't even dreamt up until Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain the shadow was. Ladies and gentlemen, it is in the defense belief that this fateful day, 2 years ago, there was indeed something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright? In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it the witness saw in that instant? Please show us the mysterious blue badger look-alike.
Take that!
This mysterious blue badger, in fact, was this. But what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, doesn't even look anything like the Blue Badger.
Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now. It's just a plain jar. However, what if we change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
I've got to show them something, but it went too quick. Let's see if I can get this. This is like really tough.
Take that! Objection!
Allow me to remind you, the defense in this case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we cannot accept his claim. I've got to find just the right angle. Maybe if I rotate it vertically, but a bit more horizontally? Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do that. Let's show him. This is like so, it's gotta be so painfully accurate. This is like the most annoying thing ever. Like if you don't have it right, you like don't get it. This isn't right. I gotta make it. Alright, let's skip through this. This is probably gonna take me like 80 tries. I apologize. This is a pain in the butt.
Really?
Too bad you can't put it on top of his head. Should I bring it down more? Oh man. Failing on a thing that's like really, it should just accept it. Like if it's like this at all, like maybe like, there it goes finally. Well, this is a miracle or what? No one could possibly deny this jar resembles the Blue Badger.
No, it can't be. Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. This mysterious Blue Badger witness the day of the crime actually exists.
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What is your point? What do you mean? So that Badger thing was actually just a jar. It doesn't change anything. No, I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, that changes everything.
Indeed.
Indeed. Very well, then. Please tell us. What difference now we have the witness? What difference now that we know that the witness saw this jar? The location. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, might I add. Mr. Wright? Yes, knowing this, where could possibly have seen this jar? Where? The location of this jar is shown in this picture on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf of the office of Damon Gann. But the body was found lying. Lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified herself. Yes, and these two facts reveal what actually transpired. You see,
The struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened to be on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, why would he have gone through the trouble? The only logical conclusion to that is if there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop that trial. It's too late to put it now, though. Please, recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding the knife. In the next instance, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact of the man made it knocked against the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. The man who knocked in the direction of the shelf that the jar was sitting on, that would have been hit. The suit of armor holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. I think it's a halberd, actually. Was it not? I don't know. And since the man who knocked the armor was carrying a broken knife, it would have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there's another possibility of what actually transpired in the room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If the events took place, the defense theorized, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming that Miss Emma Sky knocked away actually the prosecutor, Miss Neal. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took out the victim's life. And then proved to her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you pin the crime on her? Imagine that, coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. There's a reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body. It was to keep everyone else from finding out about Emma did, wasn't it? I assured you, Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it would certainly be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then you have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved of the incident are dead.
Huh. Too bad we don't have a character that could summon spirits.
But currently she's not here in the story. So, what can you do? We certainly can't get the dead to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Guy. Of course. It only leaves one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Miss Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim was left a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. If he may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one matter or another, that's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased? Does this message actually exist? I got to think back of the court record. The real murderer's name the victim had left behind. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister is a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us a piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. Message is left by the deceased. Is that the blue badger from before, right? Oh, he's going to speak of the killer's name. If that's the thing, I could be sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. Message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments have not been wiped away. And there's a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying, these dots, they were once lines? Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used his precious few moments left to him to leave a message behind. Leave behind a message. If someone apparently wiped it away, the blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points. The victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave us? Your Honor, I believe the bloodstains will reveal the answer. I've got to connect these dots, make letters. There's only one thing written. There's only one thing the victim had written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. defense. It's the defense attorney's duty to prove their client innocent. That's why all have been thinking is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought I would turn out like this. Emma. So this final message the prosecutor marshal left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Sky. Seaworthy, I can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convinced because of this final murder. I believe you were a prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure of his conviction. But Joe Dark was really a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Did you know? Weren't you the defenders of justice? What? We're merely a keeper of the law. Sentencing a man to death. No light matter. There's no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up of the evidence of forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in that charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecution office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can they just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order, order, order! The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Or no, the gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where is this trial headed? No one knows. I'm surprised they had a save here. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making Detective run around all while on duty. On top of that, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is one of the last times, pal. Here, she asked you to give me this. If there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Edgeworth was just talking about this the other day. You must know the two rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Oh. You could at least study some evidence law, really. Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said if you're planning on taking him on, you're going to need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read.
Can I look at it now?
I guess not. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good, though. All the stuff now is Chief Prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth. Today's real trial, the real trial today, hasn't begun yet. What? What else have I left to do? Your credibility's been all ruined with that forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skies found out she's unwittingly caused the man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely struck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case hurt too many people at the time of bringing it to an end. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. Your inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, a cough. This isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that Mr. Edgeworth may have struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution. That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for that you're proposing. Undoubtedly, it is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what will you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness, Mr. Wright. You do realize your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is good as over. The defense calls. The time has finally come to bring out the real murderer.
Take that!
Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
The defense partner 2 years ago. Mr. Damon had first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also at least be likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right, bailiff. Please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke?
I'm just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir.
Worthy.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation.
So you want to play hardball, eh?
Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine.
My name is Damon Gant. I am the active chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto.
What's with the grim face? First, let's clear this up. The SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor?
Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There's still some things unaccounted for.
Oh, like what?
Like the role you played in all this.
Son, either you're really brave or very foolish. You are aware of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Sure, take my testimony for example.
I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action carries with a certain risks.
Don't worry. I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if it turns out to be a big waste of time, don't I say I didn't warn you? Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
As I recall,
Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As if you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that what Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor in Congress. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him hard and fast. So you're saying that the forgery has already been taking place at the time you arrived at your office? Exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving the body and hiding the evidence is inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Starring the witness won't do any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd better be staring at the court record. Worthy. I'm always a smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gant to forgery? Non-legitimate forgery evidence. But that can't be whole truth. Somehow it's the one Gant to the incident. Your Honor, this statement contradicts that evidence. It does? I don't see anything contradictory. Huh? Really? Objection overruled.
I got it wrong.
But what?
How is this one?
Objection!
You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid this claim cannot be backed up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. That's the list this guy drew on the picture. This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar was sitting in your office. Found inside your safe. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence undiscovered in your office. Both are concrete proof that you also played a part in illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit it then, that you were involved in a forgery. Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who stuck in my office and found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't only the ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Wright? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during that investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying for work. Yes, well, in the light of the detective's presence, please give your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office in relation to the forgeries that took place in the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know what to put two and two together. Let's see, was it now a jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? When investigating crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, believe I will press charges, so you won't make it the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Aji. In return, though. I know, that place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic?
Hold it!
Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, would be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. And the resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That itself is a sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without the case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of the SL9 merely sped up the inevitable of the little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Blah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Udgy, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do.
Hold it!
Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt for her, you better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there be something in it for him? Given his selfishness, he would have helped someone out. True. You might not help out for anyone for you. True, you may not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist somebody. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to betray the chief. As a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who might this person believe that Chief Gant may have helped to forge evidence?
Take that!
Chief Prosecutor Honest Guy, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances.
Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her out more than her own sister, Lana? As for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. The reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed chief prosecutor of the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all this? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh wait, you must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in the forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, Lana's testifying that I've done such a thing. Lana. She's keeping quiet and pointing back to Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, all the amounts to nothing but more than mere conjecture. Unless this is also what happened in that incident. This incident? Or which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. What do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making up Lana Sky to rap. But now the Chief is now making Lana pick up the rap cover, or take the rap to cover up the involvement, or his involvement. What? Order, I said order. Give me a cheeseburger. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is a affront to the highest ranking officer in the law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder, that's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in the easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief of a high-ranking officer of the law is involved in this murder? A good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant, just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. All right then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. It better be good. Show us the evidence that
ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Take that. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list that couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. What is your number? What? How do you know that? The safe in the Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. It's a 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean. I'm afraid so, Your Honor. It was 7 sevens. The same as the ID remaining on the ID card number list. Number on that list. Chief Gant, you've entered the evidence room on that day of the crime. Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense search of my office was a violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You've entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's evidence room or the bathroom, what is the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as do I with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have been with you today, would he? Oh, of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This is a trial purpose, is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial is the purpose to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met with the victim on that day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? Well, in that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for some evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Detective Goodman has lost his ID card on that day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out an item report. He would have given that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of that report, which means he can't be sure he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer evidence in and out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form with you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective in the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him for the evidence room. He could have just let him in with his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have been done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, the card was only used once. And yet you showed your ID card earlier? If you had recently lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose a police department as a place to commit murder. After a murder, you contacted Lana in the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of the Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. The victim body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone was where Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have the entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take care of this dead body over here to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left the evidence where we need it to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And still at the time I thought it was useless clue, just taking up space. How could a chief move the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Where's it at? This is how the detective moved Mr. Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? But how does this have to do with the case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to that day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In my case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan on returning to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean the body found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it was obvious what happened. The body moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried by the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order, order, order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal? in the defense outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk of the car to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It was a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe. Your time is up. My time is up? Sorry, Righto, but I've been having lunch with the district attorney general after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But this cross-examination is finished, yes. Remember what I told you earlier. The police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That's not right. To be casually invoked. There are certain risks that be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. Is that what you're saying, right? But if I had any conclusive evidence, but if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, I think you have Lana disposed of the body. If so, show us proof and get out with it. Over with it. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright. Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body? Do I have any concrete proof? I do not have proof yet. No, it's no use of showing evidence. I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor, not at present. I have no conclusive evidence. See, Udgy. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your accusations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble at what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Udgy. I leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to all senior officers in our nation's law enforcement agency. What? Lady Luck, maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edriff, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth? Another witness? In the absence of conclusive evidence, there's only one other method of proof, is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all questions raised in this trial. Someone in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth? Who is that person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling the witness today. Mr. Wright, such a witness exists? She may not be willing to tell the truth. But we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth The defendant? Miss Lana Sky?
She was underground in the parking lot at 5:15 on February 21. Her task was to dispose of the victim's body in accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Yeah. If they only had Maya.
Very well. The court will now take the final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene and to hear the defendant's testimony. This court will now Hold on. Huh?
Chief Gant? I thought you were going to eat. Oh, it's the judge.
Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but I accept Mr. Wright's claims.
There will be terrible consequences.
That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
Ugh, this can't be good.
Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyway, right?
Yeah. But she still helps out in other ways.
Just something to think about. All right then. Time. I've got a lunch date to meet. Okay. If there aren't any further objections, this court would now this court is now in recess. Looks like we managed to stay out in this game.
Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief. He's something else. Pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm no detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Ah, don't worry about it. I've already decided somewhere to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. Ugh. I'll take that place. Top knitted girl you used to work with.
Oh, could he mean Maya?
Still, looks like we're out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it already that he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair that he's right to refuse to testify.
Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that's not right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks that could be considered.
Risks.
What did he mean by that?
That you could be lying? Like, that's easy.
It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true.
You mean he forfeits? You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too?
Emma, you're okay.
Yeah, I came too. I was in a medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on.
Emma. I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think, all this time, my sister was going to be blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone knew her. Said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Grant's orders. She must have shut herself deep inside to force herself to do everything for the chief told her to. That must be why she became. That's why she must have became so cold. It was all my fault. It was because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Chief Gant must be able to fool everyone else with his forgery. But I can't fool my memory. I think now, I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see.
Well, we better get back.
We better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this.
I don't know how Edgeworth is still a prosecutor, to be perfectly honest. First, what's his face? Manfred. And then Chief Gant. I don't know why he's like, didn't switch and pursue what he actually wanted to do, to be a defense attorney. But yeah. He stays a prosecutor. More power to him. Oh, I just did that.
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand? Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, I already know everything. You know all that I've done in the past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you're under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with the Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we've got. Or, you're the only chance we get again. There we go. I've worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth of this blackmail theory. I fabricated all the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself.
You are lying?
When I found the prosecutor's Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. The only motivation I get Dark convicted, it had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to the capital offense. Of course, I'm sure. But Lana, you're lying. Stop. If this is true, then that means Chief Gan has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, we've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
But what if she's telling the truth? She's not.
See? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks of Stiffy, whenever she speaks Stiffy like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second guessing myself.
Or that was Phoenix.
Oopsie. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Yes. Chris. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would I remind telling you what is found when you arrive at the crime scene? It seems the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor ward knife was stuck in the back of the victim. What? The prosecutor marshal died from an unfortunate accident. That's the only situation you dreamed it was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but it'll never change the statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up... you mean Prosecutor Marshall's wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So, when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what it boils down to. Yes. Hey. By the way, what should I do with that? Come on, you can't just skip it for me. I didn't even get to read it. Come on. You of all people should know, Mr. Edgeworth. You always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I'll ask for the sake of others. When you showed up on the scene, what exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was. By Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move the body there? The reason for that was simple. Let's have the witness explain in more detail the reason why Miss Sky moved the body. The pieces of the jar are scattered during the events that threatened my plan. Did it? Oh, take that. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that was the truth to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life, you would have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? I just said that. You testified, and I quote, "The piece of jar that was shattered during the events threatening my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's simple oversight, really. You see a message written on the jar with it. Okay. You see a message written on the jar with his victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written his final message his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write the message on the jar, it must have not been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on the shattered jar. Order, order. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar. It's a bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor. It seems you're as dark. It seems you're in dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. Witness, you may now continue her testimony. Another one of these guys? Seriously? I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All could think I was about to wiping them off clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? That really makes you look guilty, ma'am. I was the chief prosecutor at the time. Or I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was she didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin cross-examination. I immediately noticed You're now the judge. Let's go. Okay. I didn't realize that was the last one. Alright. Jar places of blood on it. Dark in the room. To be safe, away with the blood. Fragments were so large. Sure, I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them down. I'm afraid of this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean?
If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only have a few moments. If I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to gather, or there wasn't any time for me to do anything but gather up the pieces. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. As a detective, I prepared, Miss Wright. Even now, as I carry in my pocket light and a camera with me. I even carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. Why? Why would you do that? I never miss anything. I got every last piece. So you illegally arranged the crime scene? Yes, I don't even have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we got to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have to surface in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. She's doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out a contradiction in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Oh, I still can't look at this, huh? Where are you at? There you are. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I know it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about the final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified. She gathered every last piece and wiped off the blood of them. Yes, each these with us owning one explanation. On the night the prosecutor was murdered, you were not the first to show up to the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone ace detective. That might well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha! Edgeworth intervened and literally cut off my message. Can you not do that, Edgeworth? You're really making this hard to read this. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When the witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken? Oh, that. There was no way a name
could have been written on that shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying that this person was Chief Gant at the time he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was, damn it. Will you guys stop cutting me off? What is wrong with you two? I'm trying to talk. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact that for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, could you answer us that? No. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. The question, what this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determining to help her sister, she sought against Gant's aid. Lending his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became Chief's puppet. That really hurt. No, I did it on my own. Please, Sips. Please, sis, trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore. For my sake. No, I didn't do it. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess I do seem the type. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wow. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's track? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana, you may be right, or Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right? So do you tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? No. Maybe, I don't know. I don't think he is. Miss Skye, please testify once more. But you made me testify like 5 times now. If evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidentally killing Prosecutor Sir Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what we really saw. All right, the witness may testify once more. For the final time, please not include anything that doesn't matter. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence linked to her and the murder. I thought Chief Gant would help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if that was really the fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Yeah, if you didn't know that Emma pushed her on her, it could have been dark. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just as this morning. What? To me? It's the picture I took at the. It's the picture of the It's the picture I took of the crime scene as I entered it. I thought it might be needed, but I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright, please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember you getting something from her then. Let's check the evidence again. There must be a picture in somewhere. The book. Hey, there's a picture in here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. None other than the detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contracted criminals affairs only after I've rearranged everything. Yes, Mr. Wright. That piece cut out of his vest. Could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Those fingerprints, those must be the real murderer. What? With those fingerprints? They're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with this cross-examination. So long you tell the truth, you should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin the cross-examination. You guys really stop cutting each other off. Come on now, Audrey. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What now? You want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put a word in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You've already declined to testify. That means you've forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk he was talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your neck. Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, do you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So what's your excuse, Righto? Why do you have been keeping it quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt? Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I share this piece of evidence now, am sure to be made out of a murder. Mr. Wright, do you have any more evidence to present now? And if you try to conceal anything, you will be you'll be appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think it through carefully. I can't afford to make a wrong decision. Should I present a piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? Cannot show evidence. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence to present at this time. What? You lie. Chief Gant, you open my safe. You know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them what we found together? Oh, I see, because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? I can't figure it out. Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like a part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? Does that mean the chief of police? I mean, you, chief of police, have been concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall in you, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive on the crime scene that day. It was then it occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky? I told her to arrange evidence. I had her plant a knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with this crime scene, I had two pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived to the scene, mind you. Two pieces of evidence? You mean those items are in your safe? But why? For instance, of course. Oh, insurance. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work. but I was always the best prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for the murder that girl committed. You mean you're calculating that far ahead while forging out the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I don't make the police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
Objection!
What if you fabricated all the evidence? What would you say you didn't fabricate the message on the jar too? Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean the piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you meant it then, Chief Gann. What you're hiding in the cloth. You cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being the chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You could have shown it then, before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has already finally arrived. As long as I don't mess this up here, victory's mine. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. All right then, let's see this conclusive evidence. Sneeze. Sorry about that. The evidence that actually who murdered prosecutor Marshall.
Take that!
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Ah, yes. At least you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that immediately be sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. It must have been strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean it could have not been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ho ho ho! You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Mr. Wright had all this time to present this evidence. And yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would he be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever's fingerprints to this. Whoever's fingerprints must belong to the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I will tell you. It should be okay now. Everything proceeding as predicted. person whom these fingerprints belong to is one Miss Emma Sky.
Take that!
Emma Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Ho ho ho! You're really something, Wright. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder upon me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you, you monster? Miss Sky? You knew whose fingerprints were on... you know whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really did it. Didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha, but I'm afraid it's over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's one thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Neil Marshall? What? Chief Grant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could possibly contradict? Chief Grant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. What exactly is this supposed to be? This picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. You see where this piece of vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt's showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest though. Exactly my point. This chest is soaked in blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled with the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gannon, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could have it been? Who could have arranged the scene before Miss Lana Sky? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor's sword. Then to make him look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death. Said the person to proceed to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that broke on that they broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember, you admitted only moments ago that you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? The very act of creating insurance, you prove that you were the actual murderer. Finally, it's all over. That was quite. That was close, Wright. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see this piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order! Order! What is the nonsense of this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Uji. Earlier, O'Brien concealed that piece of cloth. So now then, what is your excuse, Wright? You have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Because you had to make sure it was from you. If he did it beforehand, it would have went against him. So, well, that's true. Defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, the piece of cloth ceased to be illegal evidence. But that's not fair. Did you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like the last laugh is on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a court in person. Assuming, of course, that evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems, at last, it's time to reveal my plan. It's finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit it? Have you purposely illegally concealed a piece of cloth? I did not. I admit I refuse to present it at one point. So the evidence is illegal.
Objection!
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present the evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean, couldn't? Therefore, certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Uji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward.
Objection!
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
Take that!
Take that! This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at the point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth and nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in the book, in the second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside her safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence present must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove it was relevant between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when this picture was presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No, he's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it its value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this evidence of the victim's vest? Ah, yes. No! It was you then approved of this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, Chief of Police. Yes, you, Chief of Police, personally approved of this cloth. Only person who could have cut this cloth from a victim's vest is the one who stood before the prosecutor marshal in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. 2 years I had been snooping around the department trying to get something on him. Crimes were being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. Recruited Angel Star, and then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yes, that's right. If the evidence... hold on, Marshall. If the evidence transferred, I'd lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me on that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went to him in the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There will be too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and
As soon as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I had been taken back by his words. I had a bad feeling he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, the accursed knife. Then he stabbed him. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide a crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying too much about the floor. I didn't even realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then to put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke her trunk. Well, what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside. How could you get Miss Sky involved in all this? Well, she had much to lose, as I did, if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker? I felt bad for having to do it. I didn't have any time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar of fragments and the glove? Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator, or it looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. I do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence does not hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to be bring down once you tried going alone. Well, it looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Daniel Kent. I knew you as you used to be a long time ago. You were once a fine investigator, an example of others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you're no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wrighto here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The malicious sounds of a new... Oh.
There are two things I wanted you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you will no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell you everything. All that I've done in this past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised up until it seems all the questions raised up in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get it out of you all. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you might just make it into the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it has been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried that the pressure might break you, and yet you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Wright, Edgeworth. Stop it. Oh, stop it. I already did my job. In light of this case, it seems good self-examination is in order for all of us. Miss Sky. Yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder, however, although the chiefs blackmailed you, in fact, you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for those crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Well, this trial has gone far too long already. Regarding the charge of the murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty. That is all. Court is adjourned. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. It's just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too. But Nana didn't say a single word to me. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Umshu, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around the duty. On top of it, you call me... I seen...
Wait, this is the same thing he said earlier. On top of that, here, I've seen people happier than heroes. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, you're here because of my sister again? Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still in arrest, you know. Well, if I don't tell you, she won't. Well, if I won't, well, I won't tell you. Well, Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago. It was the first time it was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in all this mess. Sis. Ask Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was only the way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting. You were distracted by myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me for those ears of your own, or eyes of your own. You see with your ears, I know I'm crazy. I was scared of how you'd react. You knew. But sis, you're only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. Hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis, I was such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis. I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have... Oh, Emma. Oh, Emma. No one can change the past. The only thing you do is strive to make our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find a way back to our rightful path. And it's from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened.
You were one of those who acted corruptly. I was the one who were We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth, not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Bring a sword. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life fighting them. But I do it in order to fight crime on my own. I need a weapon. A sword from an old man found in a cave. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given the time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Monfort and Karma, were both the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight the crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence. Otherwise, that would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? That's, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Miss Wright. Show him what Lana was talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I we've been able to find on our own.
Take that!
Take that! That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there's still some loose ends I need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what do we do now? Well, whatever you want to do, just remember, you can't let what happened kill the prosecutor in you. Or that's Phoenix. You can't let whatever happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can't let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, Wright? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in the court. Farewell. I better get going too. Okay. But I'll visit soon. It seems both of you have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here's a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so another case came to a close. As far as the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go all trekking off now yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just one little matter that has to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to seek her out for 3 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had that wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright, there's been one who's been footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What do you think? I could afford with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go out? Why don't we all go and pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Ooh, that took a while. 8.5 hour stream. Holy shit. I definitely went way past. Way past. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. As for me, the affair pretty much ended in the days of the prosecution office. Still managed to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. But she doesn't come back. She does not come back. Yikes, I thought I was able to have gone her in a moment there. In the end, though, I overlooked my unauthorized investigation. Something penalized anymore, it'd be firing. Yep, that's what I said. Just to go to show, I can't take the shake off any easy. I can't read that fast. So I gotta process it in my mind, too. Make sure I don't say anything dumb or wrong. My brain don't work that way. Gotta be slow. Our new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of the... Can you believe it? I've been demoted to security guard. My partners keep an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show him though. Someday I'll make a detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be like Dick Gumshoe. Yeah, they don't reuse Lana at all. They don't use Marshall. Or at least, I don't know, they might in Edgeworth's second game. I'm not sure. I haven't played that yet. So I wouldn't be able to play the Japanese version. So I wouldn't be able to read it. What is it? Can you see I'm having Mr. Star manage to sneak me in this time? See, well, cowboy, looks like you did it. Even gave a Bambina back her smile. Make sure you take Billy and the gang and get their water. We're gonna give you like a second to read it.
Looks like we won't be able to be seeing each other for a while. Farewell, here's a gift. A new meal on the menu. The hop lawyer tastes bitter, but the bottom of the layer sweet as a victory. Kids seem to dig this turnabout theme. Hot celery around next time. Just make sure you eat it backwards. Make sure not to eat it backwards. I forget what you. Let's see the name again, Mr. Left. Anyway, he said he's been doing your something for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to. I better be. Huh? Oh no, I forgot that my gavel. Sorry, I gotta go. Ah, nothing soothes the soul like a fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing your objection. Still, can't go back until I'm full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming. Well, let's see you around, Nick. We'll get to go there in the next game. Yeah. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. Brought you your tea. What's going on? Yeah, if he's the manager, why is he bringing him tea? That's weird. Because in their previous actual ending, he becomes the manager of the hotel. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you for so much doing everything. I'm a little sad. I'll be whenever you want to see Lana. I'll have to open this book. Back when she was a detective. Game 1 down. So tomorrow we will do, or not tomorrow, Monday we will play Justice for All. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you all Monday for the next stream. Thank you guys. Peace.